traveling fighters brought together by a common destiny now meet at the battle arena Toshinden. Many years have passed since this tournament, known only to those
It's funny how
who
I don't have to
know
worry
of
about the
its
disc
lasting
freezing up or the opening videos
Some
freezing up
fighters
or
have come
anything
for
freezing
personal
up
glory.
anymore.
Others have come to fight for those they love.
You can argue about
With
which is
all
better on a lot of
remaining
hardware, but there's
unexpected
absolutely no way in
victories
hell
in
I'd
this
go back from
tournament,
DuckStation
which
using a
will
real PS1
decide
most of the
their
time.
fortunes.
Anyway, this is the game that made me want a PlayStation in the first place. I was blown away by how cool it was. It's weird how they do this anime styling on the art in the game, but then the in-game graphics are, you know, bad CG, whatever. And then they use a live action intro for the next game and some of the advertising for this. It's like, it's all over the place. They really, you know, let's put it on easy. It's very easy, even. Let's just beat the hell out of this game. So it did have this rotate feature where you could dive into the foreground and background, making it very 3D compared to other 3D fighters. And when I say other 3D fighters, we had, what did we have at the time? Geez, there's so few. We had Virtua Fighter, we had FX Fighter on PC, um, and I don't think it had any kind of dodge either. Uh, and those are true 3D fighting games. Like you could knock each other down and it would affect your likelihood of being ringed out and stuff, depending on where you landed, like knocking people to the left or right. You might have even been able to roll on the ground in some of that. Tekken may have been around when this game came out. I don't know. But this game looked as good or better than everything else I just mentioned in lots of ways. It was impressive looking, but the frame rate's a bit choppy and the input delay is a bit, so it's kind of sticky and choppy and snappy feeling because of also, you know, kind of poorly coded, hand coded, hand framed, hand keyframe animation, I guess. A lot of which is probably not interpolated too. So it's weird. It's a little messy, but it's an old 3D fighting game. And here we go. Try each character. I had this camera angle way wrong here. I'm sorry about that. And it doesn't use a block button. Back is block like in Tekken. This looks more speckledy than you remember, and you played it on an emulator or DuckStation recently. Keep in mind, DuckStation's default settings, despite being mostly accurate to the PlayStation, they do not use the original PlayStation dithering, and instead uses like 32-bit color blending, which looks way better than what the PlayStation actually did. There's no replays in this game. Almost every stage has something cool going on. This one's got some lighting stuff, but also like, yeah, the floor is like a garage shading pattern, so it's not texelated. And instead they did something very different with it. There aren't any sort of super moves or anything in this game, but there are in the sequel. But you do have Street Fighter style special moves, including like that fireball that I've been throwing, and that she's throwing.
No problem.
This is one of a couple levels of bright outdoor ambient lighting, so you can really see what the character models look like. Like shit. But at the time, they looked great because of their texturing and garage shading, which was much more advanced than what Virtua Fighter had going on. in terms of rendering features. There's that roll button that I was talking about.
No problem.
Also, this might not be the most competitive or balanced game ever. Like, I don't think anyone's ever played it at a tournament level. It's probably not any good for that. But, like, playing it with a like-minded friend who's not an expert at fighting games or anything, you'll have a lot of fun. Not like a lot of fun, but like more fun than playing some shitty fighting game. And there's a little bit of combo-y type stuff, as you've seen me do. Not much, but... This Duke guy is actually one of my favorite characters. He's really good. Hell yeah. There's some cool lighting on this level too. I try to make it look like there's a light source with the texturing and then with the shadows facing the same direction and stuff. There's a little bit of effort into getting an appropriate look here. It's just really way beyond just, you know, comparing it to like these flat textured other, you know, few games we had to look at for 3D fighting games at the time. Imagine how mind-blowing this is to play at home when before the most technically advanced fighting game you could play was probably like, I don't know, Killer Instinct on the Super Nintendo or something. Wow. You know what? I think that there is a type of super move, and I think it's a desperation move we can do only when we're really hurt. I wonder if it's like all the buttons at the same time, or how that's done exactly. He's doing it again, so he'll probably possibly kill me. Oh. I killed him and ringed him out. Now this one uses a frame buffer effect as a texture in the background. As you see that there's like a 3D screen back there displaying the same thing that's, yeah, in the combat. Infinitely recursive even. Very neat. Nice.
No problem.
Nice. This does have a little bit of that Street Fighter 1 trying desperately to get my special moves to work feeling to it, which is not the greatest in the world.
No problem.
This stage has a pretty cool skybox effect. It's all glowy looking. There's quite a few arenas here that are circular too, and this is one of them. That was just another small distinction that they made to like show that their world design is a little more organic and less blocky than Virtua Fighters. Not just square arenas. Now I'm getting my ass kicked. Ooh. Also, the screen resolution in this game is pretty decent. I don't know what it is exactly, but I feel like it's higher than the 256 by 240 that we were used to at the time.
No problem.
That was my super, whatever the fuck that was. There's my first loss on very easy. It's going to be a struggle, I can see. God damn it. I wonder if this is going to be a showstopper right here. If they don't do that thing where they handicap the enemies down to an even lower difficulty as you lose to them, I might be screwed. Let's see. We'll just switch characters if we got to. I don't think there's much in the way of endings we'll be missing out on. What a bunch of bullshit. That's insane. What the fuck? Yeah, looks like I might be screwed here. Give it a few more tries. Maybe I'll get lucky. You got my fucking number. You got my number, dude. He's gonna win even though he's down. He's just got my number, I can tell. He knows how to... He's using, what's that shit called? Input reading. So he'll just do his thing every time I try to do anything. Sorry about all this. Yeah, maybe I'll get lucky here eventually.
No problem.
I'm trying to figure out why I was rolling there. I'm still baffled by why I was rolling. He's got it. He's got it. Yep. This is frustrating. I won't do too many more because I'm not going to get too frustrated on this fucking stupid of a game. I'm surprised at how bad I am at it though. Please get lucky and knock him off. Please just get lucky and knock him off. Please, just, no. God damn it. No, I'm just gonna lose again. God damn it. This is unplayably frustrating. Input reading horseshit. He's actually getting tougher each round. I think they're actually turning the difficulty up instead of down as I lose. Which is interesting. They're certainly not turning it down. He's not any easier this round than he was the first time I fought him. There doesn't appear to be any handicapping for losing at all. Because this is now, what, my 5th or 6th round against this asshole? Why is the fireball so unpredictable and, like, works like a quarter of the time or something? I feel like I'm playing Street Fighter 1. It may or may not happen. Maybe they do handicap it after you've died like 5 or 6 or 7 times, and they're like, alright, fuck it. We'll turn him down. He's certainly been not aggressive this round. Still gonna win this round though, but it's been so much less aggressive. At that rate, maybe I will win. He definitely wasn't as hard that time. They gave me hope. Now he's not doing anything at all. He's basically brain dead. we go. Baku's input reading. I'm really depending on getting lucky like that. Input reading. Finally got lucky.
No problem.
No problem, except for the other 7 times I died or whatever. Other than that, no sweat. Damn, I wish there was a setting easier than very easy. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat the game. Considering how bad that last fight went and how bad this one's already going. And I've got 2 more after this. At least 2 more? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm probably not going to give it a whole lot of tries against her. I don't think I'm good enough to beat this game. This is way harder than I expected. I used to be able to do it back in the day, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember being stopped by the arcade mode in this. It's not too many fighting games that I was stopped by the arcade mode in back in the day. But this is, I don't know, it seems pretty insane. I mean, there's some, for sure. Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, the arcade version, is literally an impossible video game unless you're a fighting game expert. If you can do okay with the arcade mode in Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, you should seriously be participating in tournaments. Like you should really look into playing fighting game tournaments. Like, you need to understand how hard that game is. And it doesn't matter what setting you've been using on the difficulty, because surprise, that option doesn't actually work on that cabinet. Same thing with Children of the Atom, which has the same problem. They're both stuck at 8, no matter what you do. They're just maximum difficulty, maximum input reading. Those are 2 fighting games that I'll never be able to even make it past 2 or 3 rounds without a whole shit ton of effort.
No problem.
This game did not exist as an arcade game, as far as I know. It did get a Saturn port or 2, but the sequel actually did exist as an arcade game, running on the Capcom Xeon 1 board. It was published by Capcom in the arcades, which is interesting. They're not gonna let me. There we go. I was like, I wonder if I can just win with a like a block and a counter. Not nearly as hard as fighting Foe. Foe was awful. Oh yeah, you can also roll just by double tapping. That's probably good. Although I don't know how you roll into the screen with double tapping, since that makes you jump. I tried down up, but that didn't work either. I don't remember the last boss of this game. I do remember the last boss of Battle Arena Toshinden 2, but that's because I own that game and played it way more. I should say bosses in that case, because there's actually two. Ooh, that's a spicy meatball. Looks like he's got my number on input reads too. Ah, my buttons, they just fucking do nothing, man. My inputs are not reading, it's not coming close to doing what I'm trying to actually press. It's just horseshit, really. This is definitely a you gotta have nostalgia for it kind of thing. If you play modern fighting games and you never played anything like this and you went back and played it, you'd be like, no, this is unplayable garbage. Excuse me. But I mean, from a there at the time kind of perspective, it's not. It's fine. That's a new one. No matter what I do, it doesn't do nearly the damage of what this dude's doing, so it doesn't matter the fact that I've kind of been showing him up this fight. He still has done more damage than me, until just now. Yeah, fuck you, buddy. Did that kill him? Oh, yes, it did. Sweet.
No problem.
I was like, I better win this time because I'm doing sick combos and like things are actually working out for a change. Come on. That was pretty dope though. Now I have to fight myself. Is that the final boss? Is just fighting yourself? This arena I like because it has a cool waterfall effect in the background. If it rotates around, you'll see it. It's interesting that they don't present it right away either. It's almost like a secret level feature. You have to play for a second to see. There you go. Plus, you can see through the ground, which is cool. Like you're fighting on these boards or whatever. It seems a little more precarious. Bitch. There's more than one waterfall even. I can just tell when the game is like set to fuck me over. Like, you're gonna get caught in a throw now. You're gonna get caught into something. We're not gonna read your input correctly from this point on. This guy likes the roll. He likes to use the roll a lot. Like, way more than any of the other opponents did. He's real into it. He loves rolling. Oh, God. Oh my God, don't slide again like that, you dumbass. There we go. Is there a final boss, or is this it? Nice placeholder graphic, Gaia. Yeah, okay. So this guy is the boss in this one. He's just a regular dude in the sequel. He's like not like this either. He's way toned down, I'm sure. Love this psychedelic background though. I'm not getting. That's half my life. I was about to say I'm not getting the vibe that this boss is doable, but that was half my life. So no, of course not. This is a joke battle. Probably something I'm gonna have to get real lucky on, or maybe it's just not possible. I don't know. Look how stupid this shit is. Awesome. Hell yeah. And that's what I mean by get lucky. Getting lucky, heck yeah. That's what it's all about right there. Cool. So this was a credit roll. Like, there's no. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm actually glad there's no character endings. I mean, if there was, I'd want to show you all of them. But it's gonna be really, really hard. So what I'll probably do is just play with each character until I lose with them, and then kind of move on. And maybe there's something more if you play it on a higher difficulty, but I doubt it. Look how uneven the scrolling is on the text here too. That's very odd. Anyway, I'll be right back. So if I remember correctly, yeah, the first game was developed by Tamsoft and published by Takara. I think the second game may have been developed by Takara and published by Capcom in the arcade, and then Sony and PlayStation. And then the third game was developed by Playmates Inc. and published by Sony. The third game sucks, but it's interesting. I'm not going to play it, but I'll talk about it a little bit. The second game's good. The second game's just more of this. A few more characters. I think the characters are a little bigger and more detailed. Some of the backgrounds are better, some of them are worse. But the third game significantly changes the gameplay. It introduces a whole lot more characters, like way ups the roster, many of which are kind of duplicate-ish. It has this kind of bootleggy feel to it. It has a status bar that eats up the bottom third of the screen, so it's basically a letterboxed widescreen game, and because so much of the screen's missing. It's the first and only console game of its time that I can think of that had a detail option in it, where you can choose between performance and like a 30 hertz quality and a 60 hertz performance mode, like in modern games. If you put it on the performance mode, though, it turned off like basically all the textures, so it was just like this flat garage shaded 60 hertz game. It's pretty cool, but still, like, it doesn't look good because it's completely flat shaded. It wasn't designed for that, like Toe Ball, and a third of the screen's missing, so it's not really that good. You kind of actually do want to leave the textures on, I think, probably, because the animation sucks either way. I'm thinking about doing some upconverting experiments at the end of the stream too, maybe to show off some of what you can do with DuckStation. Because even though all my streams are normally in the original resolution and such like this is the original dithering, original color, and everything right here. But a lot of times when I'm playing stuff, I play it, upconverted because it looks cool. Depends. Some games look cool, some don't. But DuckStation does way. I used to never play PS1 upconverted because it looks like shit with the geometry shifting around everywhere. It actually is more noticeable, like the problems like that are. But DuckStation has this PGXP geometry correction, which is awesome, and it makes upconverting a way more attractive option. Has lots of texturing options and stuff too if you want to fuck around with that. A lot of people like it in high res, but unfiltered, which I think gives a good clean look. With the 32-bit color blending, gives a really clean look to PlayStation games. Or you can turn on bilinear filter. That kind of makes them look like they're old PC games running on like a modern PC in a way, like in a high resolution. This game was released on PC, by the way, but it was missing a ton of graphics effects, including the 3D portion of the background here. I think it just had the skybox around it with the mountains. I don't know that it even had the 3D structures, and certainly the waterfall, I don't remember. It was missing tons of graphic effects, and I thought it was really disappointing and lame. But it was something I got while waiting for my to get a PlayStation. And when I finally did get a PlayStation, I got Battle Arena Toshinden 2. Because 2 was out by then. And I finally got the Ridge Racer. I wanted Ridge Racer so bad, but I got Ridge Racer Revolution. That was out. But Battle Arena Toshinden 2 was the first game I got, and it was the only game I had for a little while. Like a few weeks or months, I don't know. I did however long it took me to stay up for another game, probably just a couple weeks. PlayStation represents the first time I was buying stuff with my own money, by the way. Like having a job and buying games and such. So I had more PlayStation games than I did games for other consoles because I invested a significant chunk of my paychecks into gaming, all of my entertainment budget. I also bought them used, trading games with friends, and was generally smarter about obtaining games. This guy, I mean, it's a Ryuken situation. This guy's basically the same as the other dude. Ooh. Nice. What I really wish DuckStation would add is the option to save 2 or 3, maybe more graphics profiles and then have a hotkey even to switch them on the fly. I would love to have one that's just for pure original graphics that I'm playing right now. Sorry. Anyway, what I was saying is, I would like to have an option to be able to switch to these original PlayStation graphics and then to switch to fully up-converted, high resolution with geometry correction. I like be able to toggle it with a button would be nice on the fly even. But at least even just being able to pull up the menu and select from a different profile would be nice. You basically get one profile. You can, which I have all my system settings set to default. And then I can go in and modify on a per game basis to turn on a bunch of shit. And then if I don't like it or want to go back to using regular graphics, I just reset it back to defaults. But I still have to go in and change 4 or 5 options to get modern style graphics. I have to change the screen resolution scaling, the color blending, and the geometry correction at a minimum, and then probably also the texture filtering. And it gets worse than that if you're doing crazier stuff like texture replacement or widescreen hacks, or which I haven't messed around with anything like that. But I'm a little more open-minded about that kind of thing nowadays. If I ever do a upscaled stream, though, I'm going to disclaim it, or I'll do it as a bonus feature, like I might do it here. You know, I feel like people go crazy with that shit though, and sometimes make games look like ass. Especially with 2D graphics. You know what looks good with 2D graphics? The 2D graphics. The original graphics, all the original pixels. That's what looks good. Not any filters or bullshit. I don't hate like CRT filters, and even that's something I'll mess around with sometimes, but like these like SAI type or like bilinear filtering over the screen, which by the way, this emulator and PCSX2 and a whole bunch of other ones do by default. It looks like shit. I have no idea why anyone would want that. That is just insanity to me. I ran PCSX2 with a bilinear filtering smear over the screen for a long time, just thinking that's the way PS2 graphics were going to look. I just discovered recently that I could have a much sharper image. There we go. I just barely pulled that one out. Yeah, this game really doesn't play all that bad once you get used to it. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'd probably give it about a 6 out of 10, maybe 7 out of, yeah, maybe even a 7 out of 10. That's solid. Plays solid. There's definitely worse fighting games on the PlayStation, even much later fighting games that I like less. I wouldn't necessarily, even though it's probably a better made game and certainly more balanced, I wouldn't rather play, say, Dynasty Warriors than this. Which, by the way, if you're unfamiliar, the first Dynasty Warriors game was a PS1 fighting game, not a Musou giant beat 'em up thing. That's a later invention of Dynasty Warriors 2 on PS2. It was a very lucky victory there for me. There's just some interesting scenarios and stuff that can happen. Basically, the follow-up to Battle Arena Toshinden 2 for me was Soul Calibur. I mean, Soul Calibur, or not, excuse me, Soul Blade, which was Soul Edge in the arcade. I played Soul Edge quite a bit in the arcade and thought it was awesome, and then was really excited to get the home version, and it was an excellent port that Soul Blade like brought even more awesomeness to an already sweet game. They added a bunch of features and shit because that's what Namco did back in the day. And even now, actually, Tekken 8 is a feature-rich game. You can say what you will about its gameplay, but feature-wise, it's doing great. It has like 30,000 single-player modes and multiple online modes, and yeah, it's got all sorts of shit in it. Also, I beat that arcade mode in Tekken 8 on normal, where if you beat it perfect, you get to fight Devil Jin or something at the end, and then I beat that too, and you did it all on one credit. I wish I had saved that and uploaded that video, because that's something I actually achieved and didn't expect to achieve when I was messing around. That was back before I was smart about saving and uploading videos off the PlayStation, which is something I actually just started doing recently. Check it out. all I've done so far is some toe playing games that I got high scores on. Yeah, doing really well. This is about where it started to get hard before, though. Yeah, had I gotten the PlayStation right away and gotten this game, I still would have had just as much fun with it as I did with Toshinden 2, and even more so if I could sucker in someone into playing it with me. There were killer promo shots from these games too, and they totally look like the same as if you were to upgrade with the game now, with the geometry correction and all that. I'm sure that they processed them through like a 3D render or like 3D Studio or something. But pretty cool you can actually achieve that now in real time. Oh yeah, you can do that too. I forgot about that. Ah, I've been speared. That's a pretty cool animation. Not all the animations suck. Some of them are great. A lot of them are real choppy though. A lot of what this Mondo guy does is too choppy to look cool. Look as cool as it should. Shit. And that ends Cayenne's adventure. Game over, yeah. I'll be back in just a minute. Here we go. Whoever's third. Sophia. So since she's the sexy character, she's the one that's used in most of the advertising, like very dominatrix stuff and all that. Like, Virtua Fighter might be a better game than this, but this is more fun than Virtua Fighter, in my opinion. I don't find Virtua Fighter very fun at all. VF1, I should specify. 2 is fantastic. Even 2 doesn't jump off as fun as this, to, like, a casual, probably, but this is... Because this is, like, so easy to pick up and goof around with, but, like... obviously, those Virtua Fighter games got so much better in their design, starting with the second game. Oof. It's awesome. She lays down her whip, picks it back up. Whip is a pretty hard 3D animation thing to pull off, so it's interesting that they even tried this weapon. And it's pretty cool. She's a fan favorite. Oh yeah, I have some way of throwing a fireball, huh? I wonder what that is. That is pretty funny. There is a little bit of movement stuff in this game, like being able to dash forward and such too. It's not some shitty game that they didn't think out at all. Like I'll at least put that into it. There's so much plainer and worse fighting games, both 2D and 3D, that I can think of in this game.
Anytime, anywhere.
The post-fight animations of the characters, like the win celebration animations, seem too fast. Almost like the game suddenly goes to 60 hertz but doesn't adjust the animation for it or something. I think that might actually be what's happening there. This is a really early PlayStation game, though, so it is crappy in certain ways, you know what I mean, in terms of the way it's coded and such. There we go. Thunder Ring. How the fuck do you do it, though?
Anytime, anywhere.
Anywhere. It's a backwards Dragon Punch. God damn. It took me a really long time to figure that out. Most of the moves are pretty Street Fighter-y, so you'll probably be able to figure them out. And the input reading is weird and kind of like bad. I was bitching about it a lot at first, but it's like a timing thing, and you'll get used to it, I guess. Because it seems like I'm pretty consistent on my moves now. Like, not like totally, but I was saying 1 in 4 before, which is not true. And now I'm getting them like 3 times out of 4 or something, you know, so way less flubs the more you play it. Nice. Well, shit. I had no idea that the edge of that looks so crazy. That's cool. It's bright blue. It's like he wanted to ring out.
Anytime, anywhere.
Glad to oblige, buddy. He wanted to ring out even more that time. He left right the fuck out of the ring
Anytime,
to commit
anywhere.
suicide. So, okay. That'll work, I guess. Mondo and myself. Is that what's left? Oh, and then Gaia. So you always fight yourself last, and then Gaia. Gaia's stage is really cool. Not just on this game, where it's a psychedelic freakout, but also in the next game, where it's like this waves crashing around the stage. That's what made me think of Tekken 8's finale, actually. They're very similarly designed stages. You're going to see a much earlier, technologically simpler implementation of that. It's still really well done, just by like warping the wave effects around everything. It really does look like you're in the middle of a raging hurricane or something. Man, look at that Texel warping on the ground. That shit is crazy. We'll try turning some of that stuff off later and see what we think, though. I'm going to take a quick break after this round. We'll do some more characters. Maybe with one more character with the original graphics, and then maybe mess around with the graphics. Let's see what you can do for a Toshinden remaster. Man, I beat him down. Alright. Sophia's a bad mamma jamma, for sure. Oh, Duke, and then myself. I think I'll be able to 1cc it with any of these characters. Keep in mind, I've got it on very easy. I was complaining about the difficulty a lot, but it was just foe, and just that one time, really. I mean, it does get hard towards the end, but it's not. He was crazy compared to everybody else. And then sometimes he'll just not fight at all, or like literally just throw himself off the level like he did when I fought him. How can this asshole do this when he's not even hurt yet? I don't... There's something I don't understand there. He's doing it over and over again, too. What a fucking... Oh, God. That's how it ends. How sad. Do a little more of this when we come back. Thanks for watching. It's Battle Arena Toshinden. It's a classic, no matter what they say. I'll be back. You know, load times aren't too bad on PS1 on games that have almost entirely 3D graphics. They're bad on, like, other stuff. Stuff with lots of big 2D background and images that had to be loaded, like Resident Evil. You really spend all your time waiting. I don't think that I'm accelerating load times in any way. It causes too many problems. The PSP emulator accelerated load times. By default. And it caused tons of problems, but that was when I was running it in RetroArch. I think that the standalone one might actually work well that way. I can see why, though. PSP load times can get really out of hand compared to a lot of other consoles. UMD is not a zippy format. It's very slow. I think after this character, I'm going to have to go run my dogs outside, and then when I come back, we'll do some up-converted Toshinden. See how fancy we can make our Toshinden. The PGXP feature basically answers the question, what if the PlayStation had a geometry processor? And the answer is, holy shit, it would have beat the hell out of the other consoles this generation. You put in a geometry filter and texture filtering, and you got some wild enhancements. Staying close to Rungo seems like a hell of a strategy, but that's what he did. Maybe they'll even come up with magic ways to fix low frame rates in PS1 games eventually. Maybe there's already some stuff being done. I don't know. DuckStation's so advanced and so cool. It's also really lightweight. Like If you're not doing all the fancy stuff that I'm talking about and you're just playing a game the way I'm playing it right now, it'll run on like a peanut. It takes nothing. I'm using about 1% of this PC's power to play this game right now. But here in a second, I'll be using like 10% of its power. I'll probably bump the resolution up from 240p to 960p. We don't need to go really any higher than that since I'm capturing in 1080 and streaming at 720, I think. Well, I find it interesting to do this stuff with a game like Toshinden, I probably usually wouldn't, because this is literally a game I play for nostalgia and not really much more. Whereas something like Einhander, I mean, it just looks so good if you turn that shit on. So it kind of, you know, maybe I'll do some shooter streams where, and I'll note that it's all upverted because it can look so, like, R-Type Delta looks great up-res. I'm sure if you saw the new HD re-release of it, you're like, damn, that's a good-looking PS1 game. It looks so much better with geometry correction now. Like, I don't necessarily know that I can get that widescreen effect to work the same, but I could get that geometry correction in there and make it look a hell of a lot better. Barely hung it in there, Rongo. Let's see if you can make it. But yeah, as a weapons-based fighter, this, even though it was compared to Virtua Fighter at the time, you know, in the long run, it's more comparable to something like Soul Calibur. And if you're a fan of Soul Blade, this is a decent also ran to play. Just don't expect it to be anywhere near as good. The sequel's better, but again, it's still not anywhere near as good. We'll probably get to that today too, we'll see. Maybe. I don't know what I'm doing here. What day is today? Friday? Friday is my game night. I think we're playing Arkham Horror 3rd Edition tonight, which I think we've only taken one crack at so far. Although we might be playing Dune instead. Dune got a new expansion, supports up to 6 players. Usually it was only 4, so we would only play that on off nights where one person couldn't make it. But now we can play it with the whole team. We might not be doing Dune though, because these guys like to box their shit up first and get it all fancy before they even bust it down. And also learn all the new rules. If he's just unboxing it today, I doubt he knows what's going on. He's being a real dick here. Yeah, it looks like Foe's gonna shut me down pretty quickly. Foe is a real monster compared to these other enemies, I've noticed. He seems to be the one that shuts me down a lot. There's a lot of detail kind of lost in these characters due to the resolution. That, you know, just getting a glimpse of it though gives it Like on a CRT television, the fact that he has like the little necklace on and there's an ornate pattern and stuff. I can appreciate that, but you can't really see it that well because of the resolution. And obviously, if you could, the detail's poor on it, but it's also easy to miss those kind of details. Definitely some effort to give the character the types of details that a flat shaded polygon game couldn't have. From belt buckles to necklaces to, you know, clothing patterns. Also, the camera does get a little weird in this game, but I don't think it's done too poorly. Ooh. Crazy. Alright, I'm gonna go take care of my dogs. And then when I come back, we'll check out some more of this. Thanks for watching. So, I have transition glasses. That's why it looks like I'm wearing sunglasses now, because I am. They will slowly fade back to normal. I've been outside with the dogs. Anyway, this is an annoying part of these types of glasses this time of year. It's a little too much when you come back inside. I'm grateful for it when I'm out there, though. I cannot handle winter light that goes straight into my eyes. A bright white winter light. It's just the worst somehow. Let's see, I got something going on here. Yeah, okay. That's Duolingo. I can shut up. So I'm going to do this in a couple of phases. The first one's going to be the way this game will or maybe does appear on the PlayStation Network if Sony release it. The type of upscaling they do, which is where you multiply the resolution 4 times over and remove the dithering. But it doesn't correct the geometry, and I don't think it looks all that good. But I'll let you be the judge. We'll play it that way for a little while, and then we'll switch it up and do more stuff with it, and correct the geometry and start messing with the filters and stuff too, maybe. Game properties. Go to the visual stuff. Internal resolution. We'll do 5 times for 1080p. No texture filtering. Dithering. We'll replace that with scaled shader blending, which is how they would do it, probably, I'm guessing. And that's it. I think those are the only things they would change at all. Other than that, yeah, we're not going to try and force widescreen or anything weird or do anything with the filters. Here we go. This is the Sony upscale experience. The textures are still warping around. The geometry's still warping around like crazy. There's no dithering to be seen anywhere. This is what most old emulators would run games looking like. I do not like this look. Let's go ahead and play it anyway, though. I'll do one round this way, and then we'll turn on some of the enhancements that they offer on the simulator, and you'll see exactly how nice it can get. That's interesting. Some of those assets, like the character portraits, are in a higher resolution than screen set to display, so they actually look better this way, which is interesting to see it improve 2D elements, just because of the way the screen was displayed. I do not understand how to use this guy worth a shit either. I can do that one move. I can't do the one where he rides the ball, though, which seems like it's cool as shit, right? Now, the geometry correction, it requires a lot more CPU, but, I mean, this is a modern AMD CPU, it's fine. There's some other things I was going to say about it, though. Depending on the game's art style, you may see, like, a huge difference, or, like, in this game it's going to be pretty noticeable, I think, because there's a lot of warping. There are a lot of racing games where it makes a huge difference and stuff, too. But, like, there's also a lot of games where you won't see so much difference. The Crash Bandicoot games, for example, they were almost designed with the warping effects in mind. Not that they lose anything from it. It's just that because of their art style, they basically hid a lot of it. So you don't notice it as much. If you play maybe like Spyro or something, you might not notice it as much either, but on any kind of like first-person shooter or something, like Ghost in the Shell or anything like that, where you're up close on shit all the time, it makes a huge difference. to turn on the geometry correction. The exception being Doom, which is software rendered. Nothing you change in the settings will change the way Doom looks. I did it that one time. I think it's a 3/4 circle starting from back to down to towards to up towards. And you do up towards and hit punch and release and it seems to go off. What a fucking nightmare of a move. Although it's really powerful, so I understand why it's hard to do. Not hard for the computer to do, though. And I'm certainly getting better at it. Bilinear filtering would certainly improve the sprite-based effects in terms of them looking all blocky and shit. But it's tricky. It's tricky when you start fucking with texture filtering. That'll be our third phase. This is our first. The next one's geometry correction and true color blending, which will make it look better. Make the color look a little snappier. This type of like shader blending doesn't look terrible, and this is what you're gonna get like on like a PS4, PS5 release of a PS1 game. I would also like to address the rumor that Video Game Esoterica just made a video about full backwards compatibility and hardware for PS1 through PS5 on PS6, which sounds like straight up bullshit, and I'll have to explain why, and I'm sure he knows those reasons too, and I haven't watched this video yet, so I'm not trying to be unfair to you, Mr. Video Game Esoterica, or Chicago Game Collector, or whatever name you prefer to be called by. He's definitely a guy who knows his shit when it comes to emulation, classic game hardware, and stuff like that, and the FPGA side of things too, so we can talk about if they go that route. But basically, the first hurdle we got to get over here is the disk drive, and I'm sure he talks about that, because I don't see the PS6 having a disk drive built into it, probably in any model. I don't think that'll probably be a thing. So this sounds like an add-on you're buying, if they even intend to support discs. If we're talking downloadable, I mean, come on, are they really going to put in PS1 hardware for downloadable games? Are you serious about that? PS1 hardware is going to look worse than this, a lot worse, in fact, to most people's eyes on their 4K TVs or whatever. It makes so much more sense to use emulation. Even if you use real hardware, you'd want to emulate parts of the video drivers and stuff, right? So that you could do like higher resolutions and effects like that. Look at how clear that little background screen is now. You can actually like make out the fight on it. That's crazy. That's crazy and looks super cool. So I'm not as anti-upscaling as I used to be, but I did dislike it on PS1, and for a specific reason, and we're still seeing that reason. You see how warbly and shitty everything looks? How warbly the characters look. We're going to fix that, though. Going to fix that, too. But yeah, there's lots of games that are rendered in software, and you should also keep in mind that a lot of changes that you make may or may not affect the visuals, depending on what's rendered in software. I mentioned Doom, a lot of the early EA racing games. Road Rash, for example, is mostly software rendered. You can take that heavy dithering off of it and make it look just like just like the 3DO version, except smoother as a game by disabling dithering, which is super cool. That's the best way to play Road Rash, by the way. Besides the PC version, which has 8-bit color, so it's kind of a trade-off. But anyway, I digress. Nothing you do with the resolution is going to affect Road Rash or Need for Speed or Doom because they use software engines. Which is such a weird thing to have this advanced game hardware that didn't exist before. Brand new games coming out, a whole bunch of them just didn't use the hardware. Just didn't. I mean, people talk all the time about how Saturn games didn't use the hardware, but there was a whole slew of early PlayStation stuff that just didn't use the hardware. You know, ESPN Extreme Games doesn't use the hardware. The first Need for Speed doesn't use the hardware. Did I continue? I didn't mean to continue. That's alright. If I lose again, it's over. I thought it just fell out of the ring or something. Am I crazy? What's going on here? Not paying enough attention to what's going on is the problem. And we had like real alpha blending on her pants before anyway, so there's not like a lot of dither, but the dither's more in the color blending of textures from different texture palettes or something. You just see this like weird speckledy crap all over everything on PlayStation. And it was probably kind of considered desirable to have that extra noise in the image for such a low resolution, a low resolution image being displayed on the TV. So what we're doing is changing it more for the rendering that you expect on high resolution 3D stuff nowadays. Got my ass beat. Alright, let's enhance it even more. Let's fix the main things I don't like here. Behold, this is what Battle Arena Toshinden would look like if there was a fancy PC version of it instead of a crappy PC version, and you could play it on modern hardware. This is probably as clean looking as we can get the game going. But we will mess with texture filtering to see what kind of results we get there too. You see that the geometry on the ground isn't perfect or anything by any means. It's still wackadoo in its own ways. This game had particularly bad texture working. It's just improved by a whole lot. Geometry stability on the characters, though, is way better. They look normal now. I mean, just like there's some cropping flickering and some other things that can't be corrected, I guess, yet, but like it's still way more solid. That's awesome. Mondo's pretty fun to use. You see, you can actually make out his face now and shit. Like, it's pretty funny. This is high res Toshinden. Now, if you enable, that's another thing too, is the texture warping so severe in some of these games that it's not being fully hidden. Like, it doesn't look like a completely correct aspect or completely correct perspective here, even. Turning on bilinear filtering will completely hide that. As far as I know, it won't look unstable. It'll just look blurry a little bit, you know. But it's gonna start looking like a hardware up converted Nintendo 64 game at some point. But a lot of games look better than that, because a lot of games look and run like have way more geometry and run smoother than Nintendo 64 games. That's just a fact, Jack. Seriously, compare Star Soldier 64 to something like Ray Storm, and it's just there is no comparison. And this floor had severe, noticeable texture warping before, and it looks clean now. Actually, it looks totally clean. And because of the way this floor's art is designed, it would look really good with texture filtering. Like, it would benefit from being blurred. It might as well be blurred. That's what I'm trying to say. Background stuff looks way better too with clean geometry. There are also some even higher geometry accuracy stuff that can be done, but it has low compatibility right now. It's more likely to cause problems than to fix problems. So I think that it's going to be worked out to where, yeah, all these games end up looking like old PC games because they won't have any, even the little bits of flickering we're seeing from the polygon clipping and stuff like that. That'll all get worked out. Like, they'll find tricks to probably hide most of it. Duck Station is some cool shit, in other words. There's also texture enhancement stuff, like where you can apply like 2x, 4x SAI to the textures themselves. And that can look good, but I mostly think it doesn't. I feel like because textures are so tiled on the PlayStation, that when you start applying those filters to them, the filtering artifacts being tiled start to change the look of the game quite a bit, if that makes any sense. Whereas bilinear filter is more of the devil we know. And the thing we'll check out next, of course. I was made for loving you, baby. Is that a Kiss song or something? I don't know the fucking... I'm hearing this classic rock song, and it's definitely been ripped off here. Is anyone else hearing this? Is it time for me to talk shit about Gene Simmons again? I think it probably is.
None?
It always is. Yeah, this radial texture too, it probably barely knows what to do with this weird shit. It doesn't look too bad though. This right here though is like looking like the promo shots for this game, like what you would expect to see in like a bull, what they called the bull shot back then, where they would render the game at super insane resolutions, not even on the real hardware, and be like, yeah, this is what actual gameplay looks like, because they use real assets and that's it. And you'd be like, holy shit, this game's gonna be incredible. It was usually less disappointing with console games, though. PC games were real bad about it, and like they would do it all the time, and it was unrealistic because you could tell the difference in resolution wasn't there because your monitor was high res and very sharp, and it was all progressive scan. On a CRT, a bullshot is just like, yeah, well, that's what it looks like printed out, I guess. Cool, you know. Okay. Mondo's a real dick ripper. A ripper of dicks. The boards look completely straight instead of all warped now. I don't know. That could be considered an artistic change. Like maybe they had intended the boards to look warbly. But I mean, they knew the texture would turn out that way, so I'm like, yeah, it's warbly boards. But yeah, there's one particular bullshot from this game that was used on the inside of a lot of the game's manuals to advertise other PlayStation games, where Mondo's like swinging he's shooting his spear towards the camera, and it looks super cool. But it's like in this resolution, so of course it looks super cool. I believe they had also promoted Ridge Racer and Mortal Kombat 3 and maybe like Twisted Metal or something. The classics. Or maybe Warhawk. I talked about that the other day. Games like Warhawk and Ace Combat and stuff are really good candidates for this type of upscaling too, to improve gameplay. The only thing that's, you're not going to get like LOD where there is none. It's not going to draw things further than the PlayStation drew them. But it will make it easier to spot small objects on the horizon and stuff like that. Preserve more texture detail on things that were way above. Wando's rad. He's super fun to play as. So, Toshinden's pretty fun. It gets a bad rap, and it's a good game. It's not a great game. I'd probably say this is about a 7 out of 10. I have fun with it. I'd probably say the same for the sequel as well. The sequel's just a little better, and we'll play it here in a minute. Alright, more enhancements. Let's turn on bilinear filtering and see how that goes. Computer stuff. Doing computer stuff. Doing computer stuff on the computer. Texture filter. I don't know about downsampling too. Is that like a good thing to use? I don't know about that. I'm not gonna fuck with that. So bilinear. Nearest neighbor is the default. All right. Let's see what this looks like. This is demo, not me playing. Smooth. You guys like the smooth or no? It does have some seams, is the one thing. Character models look pretty damn good this way, though. Like the shine on his armor and stuff, I think pops a little more with the filtering. Whereas the floor turns more into a blurry mess. I don't know, though. The pattern before was a mess anyway, so it's probably going to look better. I think it'll probably look better. We'll see. It's going to be a mixed bag, I'm sure. Filtering always is. That's why we do all these weird things to like filters to change filtering and then to mitigate back what we're unfiltering and filtering again. Let me explain. Like, for example, texture filtering lowers the resolution of textures in the distance so that they're filtered more heavily to create a softening effect in the distance to reduce sparkle, because otherwise they look all sparkly and weird. But then that causes banding and the different levels where the resolution's changing. So we have to cover that up. So we use something called anisotropic filtering, which goes back over that. Of course, if the anisotropy is too high compared to the resolution of the filter, you'll get, guess what? Sparkle. I kind of hate the way it makes the floor look here. Nice. And since the floor here is just a garage shading effect and not a texture, bilinear filtering doesn't change the way it looks at all. And it makes the background much smoother, so it actually looks good here. Nice. It's interesting how big the difference in score is that I get with some of these characters too. Like, I was getting a huge score when I played as Sophia, but now I'm doing terrible with Duke. I want to say after beating my second opponent, I had almost 300,000 points with her or something. I'll be lucky to have 100,000 if I win here. Yeah, this stage looks great now. Yeah, look at the detail going back in the frame buffer. That's so cool. Now the one that's up in that little bit of screen up there has the same resolution as the entire screen used to have before.
You fought well. Round 3, fight! Tackle! Got it! Got it! Got it! You fought well.
Yeah, now see, this floor looks like what it's supposed to look like now, basically. It actually fixes it. This one was begging for the bilinear filtering. I haven't felt that way about all of them. I thought Mondo stage looked worse. And kind of Duke stage as well. We've got one more character to go after this, so I guess we could try a different texture filtering scheme to see what you guys think. I don't know what the supposed best quality ones are, but we can look. Probably one of the ones that says slow next to it, which I don't think it will be. Like, everything runs so well here. There's absolutely no difference in feel or performance so far with all the shit that I've turned on. And this is 5 times as many pixels as was originally coming out of this. Not counting all the filtering and everything else. Shit, is there a way to force anti-aliasing? That might be kind of cool too. Might give some games more depth. That might actually look good in lower resolutions even. Make things look like Nintendo 64 games. And also, if you could do trilinear filtering, yeah, if you could do trilinear filtering and force 4 times MSAA, you could make it look like a Nintendo 64. I don't know if that's possible. I don't think trilinear filtering is even a hardware rendering feature on most things. It's like probably done with a shader effect. She did. Also, I'm not bilinear filtering any 2D elements, so the backgrounds are still pixelated. We could change that, and we can make it to where those are filtered as well, but you're more likely to see all artifacts on the HUD and stuff like that, too. Banding effects in the skybox, stuff like that, so probably not worth it. There's probably no way to make that look good. I suppose the other alternative is to bilinear filter the entire screen, which in this resolution won't make the 3D elements look too soft. But, it'll make your HUD look soft in a way that you may or may not like. I don't know. By default, DuckStation does bilinear filter the entire output, like most of these emulators, and it's the ugliest shit I've ever seen. Turn it off right away. Fix your shit right away. Turn that ugly shit off. I'm not talking about bilinear filtering textures, I'm talking about bilinear filtering the screen output. Gross. In all circumstances, gross. I'm not gonna do the widescreen hack, though. That's probably just gonna look like shit. At least not with this one. I'm thinking about switching over to Toshinden too, but we got plenty of time to play stuff. Easy, you're killing me, literally. I thought I already fought you too, but I guess not. Oh no, I've been here before, but not with the texture filtering on, I remember. The boards probably look worse this way too. This doesn't really do it any favors. But the background probably looks better because it was such a mess of shit anyway. I don't know, hard to say.
You fought well.
Man, I screwed him twice when he tried to do a special. That's pretty fun. This one looks alright, I guess. There's much more detail visible on the on Foe's character model, though. That's the crazy part, how much more ornate it looks. That background effect still looks good in high res too. It's a good effect.
You fought well.
I would probably just go with no texture filtering, to be honest. It probably looks better. We're gonna try some funky ass texture filtering after this, though. See if we can get better results. I have to see if I can remember what I liked. Also, good on Duke taking out Foe right away. Foe's usually my biggest foe. This level looks kind of shitty with texture filtering. Ground looks real tiled and ugly. How did I take so much damage so fast? Oh! Kicked in the damn face. Also, let me check something else real quick. If I do the edgeless kind, does that blend better or worse? Hang on. We're just going to check this real quick. I don't know what the difference is on that. I thought one of them would cause black shit to appear around sprites, but we're not even applying this to sprites, so... Oh, no edge blending. This seems like it would make it worse. It does. I think it does make it worse. I was made for loving you, baby. I didn't notice this when I played this game before, but now it's all I'm ever going to notice when I hear this music. It breaks off from that and gets all jazzy and weird, but it has that one melody. Alright, let me mess around with the texture filtering some more. XBR says it's very slow. Let's use the very slow one. I'm sure it's the best, right? Oh, it has to compile shaders and shit too, so it's it's gonna be good. Oops, sorry. Not trying to show emulator guts, but we are getting into weird stuff here, so you are seeing a lot more emulation-y things today than normal. Deal with it. I just wanted to look at some strange things that we can do here. Is that so much to ask? This level will probably show it off the least. Although maybe you can tell a little bit more detail on character textures, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. And then, yeah, on levels with highly tiled textures, it'll be interesting to see how this kind of solution looks. And I got a little bit of a preview there on Rungo stage, and it was funky. Funky doesn't mean bad, though. We'll see. Of course, if I can't beat the first enemy, we might not see shit. I mean, this is my first bit of using Ellis, but goddamn, she seems just absolutely terrible. Lost the first round I ever played with her? I mean, holy shit. The first enemy is usually just too stupid to even move and just get hit, too. Nope, she's gonna lose. She's gonna lose her first round. That's it. Each one gets just one credit. I'm not gonna continue using a character that's so shitty she can't even make it through one fucking fight. Fuck that. This one I said looked really good with bilinear filtering. Looks less good this way. Looks watery. Not terrible or anything, just looks slightly less good. more of a shape-based pattern. If you're going to do this, you might as well just not have filtering, in my opinion. I mean, it's not that much different. Slightly like blobs. I don't know. It's not that bad. God, that's hard to do. Much harder than it should be.
No problem.
The pixelated background's bothering me. If we're going to do it this way, we might as well go all the way and apply the same effect to the background and see what it looks like. Let's see here. We're just messing around at this point. Yeah, okay. This is what it looks like applied to everything. Actually, think that this is superior in some ways if you're going to do the other thing to the textures everywhere else. Oh, maybe impacting performance? Let's see here. No, I don't think it is. Hard to say, but I'm going to turn this all off at once and feel what that's like to see if there's any difference in the way it feels. I think it got heavier at some point. I don't think it did, though. I think it just felt a little awkward coming out of a menu.
No problem.
It has that smeary 2-time SAI look, though. Looks good on the background. I mean, it smooths it out to where it fits the 3D better. But it doesn't look good on the HUD elements and the transition screens and lots of other stuff. Probably wouldn't do it. I probably would just do nearest neighbor filtering on everything, to be honest. That's going to get you the most consistent look on PlayStation games. Even though you can do the high res and the geometry up. Either that or bilinear filtering, but applied to 3D only. Actually, that's really good for a lot of games. Especially like shooters and stuff that have smaller elements that are mostly going to just look smoother. Depends, but yeah, I don't know. For Toshinden, I think your best option is to play it with old school graphics and enjoy what we had to put up with back in the day. And that we considered to be very cool, even by those those times. Oh yeah.
No problem.
This type of texture filtering applied to those simple textures there make it look like anti-aliasing, which is not bad. But here it looks kind of barfy. But not terribly tiled, so maybe not your worst option. I think it probably looks better than the bilinear option, which looks very tiled. Oh, you actually have to use select. That's interesting. Oh, she's awful. Hilariously awful. So yeah, it really smooths out the skybox there too. Looks really good. And let's turn all this shit off in the middle of a fight and see how rough it is. Shall we? I'm about to switch games, that's why I'm just turning this shit off anyway. This is 640 by 224 according to the menu, by the way, the internal resolution. I was bumping it up to like 3000 by 1080. Or 1200 by 1200. Yeah, that seems excessive. Could probably go down one step on that and maybe hold a little more performance. I don't know. I didn't notice any performance loss though, so it feels the same to me either way. Yeah. Maybe a little less input delay here, but maybe I was losing about a frame after I turned on that texture filter and shit. But anyway, if you turned it down one notch on the scaling, used internal resolution, like 4 times is probably adequate, which would be like 960p. Turn nearest neighbor for texture filtering and true color. Not even true color full, just true color. 24 bit color. You'd have great rendering, great performance on almost any machine. And that's where you can see if you can, and you use the geometry correction. If you can't, turn all that shit off and play it like this. Because geometry correction helps so much. So much. With upscaling. It's just a part of it. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break here, and then we'll switch over to Ballerina Toshinden 2. It's the second one. And the last one I'm going to play, because like I said, I don't like 3. 3 sucks. 2's cool, though. 2's a lot like this. Back in a moment.
That which the world had never seen before, the ultimate fighting tournament, Battle Arena Toshinden. It has been a year since the incredible tournament took place. Those who fight to find their true selves, those who fight to preserve the future, they have assembled to fight again. And so the next tournament begins. That which the world had never seen before, the ultimate fighting tournament, Battle Arena Toshinden. It has been a year since the incredible tournament took place. Those who fight to find their true selves, those who fight to preserve the future, they have assembled to fight again. And so the next tournament begins.
This live action intro blew my mind. I was only able to watch it a few times before the PlayStation got too skippy for me to enjoy it. Probably well within Not it wasn't. It was well within the first year. It was probably within the first few months of owning my PlayStation. I started to have problems with the disk drive, and that was just part of having a PlayStation. It sucks so bad. It was such an awful thing. It really was. Like we really put up with some shit there. The PS1 and the PS2 were awful, and the 360 also had way too many failures. And it's not like the OG Xbox or the PS3 never had any issues either. I mean, we really put up with some shitty, like not very durable hardware for a long time. Now, the second model of PS1, the Slim, seems pretty solid, but I would suggest still, if you're going to play on real hardware, I would use a PS2 Slim. Those have the best and most reliable disk drives for both PS1 and PS2 games. If you're going to be playing off disk, that's your best option. Get a Slim, get a video solution for it, or learn to emulate and really enjoy the good life. Near and far stomp, huh? That sounds fun. Weird camera options too. I wonder what full battle is. I might have to correct the titling here. This says 1996. I thought it was 1996 as well. I think it was late 95 in Japan and 96 in America. When I got this game, Tekken 2 still wasn't out in the USA either. I don't think. I wasn't aware of Tekken 2. I started playing this, and then my friend like showed me, oh man, Tekken 2. Yeah, and so I remember like I think I got Tekken 2 as soon as it came out because I'd been playing it in a gas station actually where he showed it to me. And they had that, and they had Metal Slug, and those games were awesome. Game is just a regular character now. Like I said, he has a very cool background, so you get to see a good background right away. Check out these waves. This is a cool effect. So when your overdrive bar is full, you just push all 4 buttons and you'll do an overdrive attack, which is cool. You chop them up. The graphics are better, the controls are better. It's a better game, for sure. They're making improvements. I think this series could have been really good if it had kept going, but instead they outsourced the third one and it's crap, so. But if Tamsoft had remained the developer, it probably would have been good. Eat chili. I agree, you should eat chili. It's delicious. pretty easy on one, that's for sure. At least starting off.
あんた、その程度かよ。月空山月空山月空山いっちゃがり。
Chaos, what a name. What a dude. Guess we gotta fight him in the Chaos realm here, alright. Yeah, like look at how much better Rungo's entire head and neck area looks compared to the mess that it was in the previous game. With all sorts of weird clipping problems and whatever. His stage looks way better too, like way better. That river in the background and stuff, very cool. You know, we might try experimenting with the disc speed on this game too, just to speed up the proceedings a little bit. Since we're doing weird emulator shit. I just think it's so cool to be able to have the option to play games either way. Fancy graphics or the originals. You know, and having those kinds of features where you can fix controls and fix anything you want, really. And then the load times and everything else. I think there's a real strong argument to be made for saying the old low-resolution graphics look better in a lot of things too. Or, I mean, I may as well because of the quality of the assets. You know, so revealing the limitations of the source tape kind of thing. Your imagination may have filled in more details here than there actually were. And you gotta load between the character select screens so they can load every character model into memory, and then another load to unload those character models and load the background in. There's a bit of a delay there. It's not horrible or anything, but there's some. It's a solid ass beating for sure. Uranus. Now it's our anus, comrade. Sounded better in my head. Now, does EG have his own custom EG ending, or is it? Oh no, there's another fight against Master, and then sometimes there's another one against. Is his name Victor? He's got a gun. The guy with the gun. And I think you can unlock all these as playable characters. I don't even know. I don't think this game has any memory card features though. Whatever you unlock is just for a session. She's beating my ass. What? Yeah, there's whatever the fuck going on in the background here.
いっち上がり
I mean, visually, this game's actually a lot stronger than Tekken 2 and certainly Tekken 1, but it's just a matter of smoothness, right? It's not nearly as smooth of a game. So he does have an ending. Interesting. It's not much of one, though. I bet this is what they all are. It's like standing on a cliff with text. I think that's right, actually. Just a moment here.
等身大部会の頂点にまで達した英治。組織の盾となった少年の瞳の奥にあるものを垣間見た彼の心に一つの答えが導き出された。自分の未来は自分で作るものだと。
After the credits, I'm gonna see if I can do something about the load times. They're not even that long. I just want to see if I can do. Just want to see if I can do it to be doing it. Mostly, this is emulator playing with day. There's a lot of credits with a very brief amount of video at the beginning of this. On this screen, we can see texture warble, geometry warble a little bit, and definitely a lot of dithering. Both around, look around the sunset and also around on the ground in the grass. There's so much dithering. And it's a fixed dithering pattern on the PlayStation, so it's pretty noticeable. It's not. There's no like noise to it or anything. There's a ton of noise in the image on Nintendo 64. I don't know which is better. They both suck. No dithering is better, which, you know, when you're up converting the graphics, that's something you always do. Yeah, I will not normally be presenting that converted stuff. It's not going to be like a regular thing. It's going to be a rare thing, and when I do it, we'll talk about it. Yeah. Just something to mess around with on certain streams that are otherwise very simple games like this one. God, what's going on with the music there, by the way? That's like crazy bus levels of shit noise, is it not? Hang on, I'm gonna see if I can fix the load time. Game properties. I don't know where this would be. Yeah, this has like per game cheats. I didn't know that either. That could be fun on some stuff. There's a fast option for the memory card to like overclock that speed. Okay, maximum safer is what it says. Okay, maximum safer. Preload image to RAM. That's interesting. I don't think that would make much difference at all, though. Since I'm using an SSD, that's not gonna affect load speeds probably at all whatsoever. All right, let's try this. Let's see if this completely eliminates load times or if it crashes the game or what it does. My controls don't work now, so that's something. Okay. Maybe the game had to reset. Reset. Does it not let you skip those? Alright, can. No, there's no load screen. It's less than a frame, so you can't even see it. Seems to work fine with no loads. That's good. That's the kind of enhancement you want. Again, you may not see in most of my streams though, because I use such native, like real hardware type settings for everything that you'll probably rarely see this kind of stuff. But it's the kind of thing you can do when you're playing the game, and the kind of thing I do not when I'm not on streams a lot of times to enhance the experience, you know. Oh, two other things. Ooh, that's a big ugly screen. I'm I'm dying to see what full battle is. What's full battle? What the hell does that mean? Does it mean I have to fight more enemies? Yeah, it just means you have to fight more enemies. Hell yeah. That's the opposite of what I'm looking for. Right now, I should say. It's cool that there's an option for it. Do two different lengths of arcade mode, basically. Let's put this on set point 1 though, and just really tear through it. I'm getting some weird static through the screen that wasn't there before. I wonder if that's due to the loading. It probably is. You can do like 32 speed or some fixed speed, which might be safer than this. And that would probably cut it to an amount that you wouldn't notice at all. Using a multiplayer rather than load it as fast as you can is probably a good for compatibility, but we're doing load as fast as you can. So. Yeah, we're getting weird static on the screen.
On!
I wonder if this is exactly what this background's supposed to look like, though. I don't remember. I think it is, though. Seems excessive. Anyway, she's a new character. She's pretty cool. And Sophia. I love her level here. It's really cool. The disco stage. Similar to what they did with Lei on Tekken. Tekken 2. Good chance to show off some cool colored lighting effects there for sure. You piece of shit. He is dead. That's how he died. Yeah.
生きては帰れませんよ。
She stands back up and then falls over. Alrighty. Let me guess, he's standing on a cliff and there's scrolling text. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, there is. Standing on a cliff and scrolling text. Let's watch this. And then after I'm done with that, I'm going to fix the disk speed back from like infinite to 64 speed or something, just to see if I can fix the that slight bit of corruption on the character select screen. Although it is cool the way it completely gets rid of the load screen.
愛犬をも錆びつかせた男がささやかな幸福のために立ち上がった。無風の日々を感じさせぬその立ち筋は、賞金稼ぎとして超一流であったことの証でもあった。
Dog, he's a bounty hunter.
永遠に運命と戦い続けるのだろうか。
I know to change this option real quick. Uh, 12 speed, I guess, is the highest without going maximum. And 6 speed seek. Okay. Anyway, we'll just let that roll. I'm gonna go take a break, and I'll be back in just a second after I get a snack here.
Game over.
That which the world had never seen before, the ultimate fighting tournament, Battle Arena Toshinden. It has been a year since the incredible tournament took place. Those who fight to find their true selves, those who fight to preserve the future, they have assembled to fight again. And so the next tournament begins. begins. That which the world had never seen before, the ultimate fighting tournament, Battle Arena Toshinden. It has been a year since the incredible tournament took place. Those who fight to find their true selves, those who fight to preserve the future, they have assembled to fight again. And so the next tournament begins.
Alright, I'm back. Let's see what this is like with 6 times speed CD-ROM. Still getting weird lines on the screen, so might as well use infinite if you're gonna do the speed up. I wonder how much you have to turn it down to not get weird lines. Sophia's character model is easily twice as good as it was. Yeah, the screen lines are exactly the same, so there's not really... Seems just the side effect of speeding up the CD-ROM. Is this the first time I've seen Duke's stage? It's kind of cool the way they like open the curtains and then the lighting changes. Dead. I'm actually curious now. Maybe the CD-ROM speed is just not even the issue here. Maybe it's just a problem in general. Let me turn that off real quick. Amazing. Yeah, this might be an actual, like, legit emulation problem. Although I didn't notice it until we messed with the drive speed. I wonder if loading and unloading the ROM is going to be the solution. We'll try it after this character since there's no progress to save. And nothing going on as far as that goes. Let's just beat the game with another character real quick so we can read about her ending. Oof. Yeah, we'll probably still do 5 times resolution and super sample from 1200p. That's like a 3000 by 1200 resolution or something. Being sampled down to 1280 by 720, so there should be some natural anti-aliasing. We'll leave it on nearest neighbor because I think all the texture filtering options suck ass. And we'll turn on the perspective correction and regular true color blending. That'll be our solutions visually when we enhance this here in a little while. Enhance being a purely subjective term here. It depends on whether you like original graphics or enhanced graphics. I think either one can be fun though. Depends on what I'm doing and what kind of mood I'm in. Oh, I died and didn't continue. Hang on, I was gonna unload the ROM anyway. Hang on, give me just a second. I'm gonna try and mess with something. Since we're playing with emulator stuff, might as well try and work out every little problem I have with it too. Alright, here we go. Options, I'm going to put it on 1, and 1, and we're good. I don't see any glitching in the visuals here. So I'm guessing it's something that went corrupt when I did the maximum load and then never uncorrupted. You probably could use 6 times and not have those problems or something, but it's, you know, it's like 3 seconds and I'm sitting here bitching about it. Yeah. The stereo separation on the music's pretty interesting. Seems like they changed her whip fireball to a backwards fireball motion instead of backwards dragon punch. But now she has 2 variations of it. If you do it with hard, it flies up into the air. So light's forward and hard is up in the air instead of 2 speeds like before, which is, you know, the more normal Street Fighter-y way of doing it. Even though I think Kyan's new stage is cool, I don't like it as much as his old one. Which is not something I'd say about most of these characters. Most of them have upgraded everything. Better stages, better character model, better movesets, This was dipping into getting to be a pretty dang good fighting game territory. Yeah, his stage looks pretty cool. But again, this is an odd thing about Toshinden. They so often keep the coolest looking part of the stage away from the side that the camera's facing when it starts. Like EG's stage in the first Toshinden, it's like they carefully made it to where you couldn't see either waterfall at the beginning, and you have to get some rotation going on to see it. So on this stage, you can't see outside. You have to get some rotation going on to see it. It's an odd thing about these. Was that a perfect? I think it was. I think this uses the same screen resolution too, like 640 by 240. I want to say that Tekken 3 uses a resolution like that, or maybe even higher. Some of this stuff is actually getting pretty close to standard definition. Not quite there, but pretty close. And then, of course, the next generation of games is defined by almost basically every game being in standard definition. That's pretty much what the PS2 and Dreamcast and Xbox and GameCube existed for. Full standard definition gaming. And more often than not, at a full 60 hertz too. What a time to be alive. What a cheating bitch. Stick that in Uranus and smoke it. Cheater. Look at that fucking cheap ass bullshit she had to pull. That's so weak. They ain't gonna let this go down, are they? They're like, why let you win when there's so many ways we could cheat you out of it? Did I win? Who won? Oh my god, I think I won. Oh, that was a mess. These like simulated stencil shadow things they do are pretty nice too. Like whatever that is. I mean, most 3D fighters had that at this time, but it was, I think, just something that they had to like animate a whole separate mirroring flat polygon surface or some shit. The sword surfboard thing is pretty hilarious. It was so tricky to get this right.
記憶を操作されていたソフィア。過去を持たぬ悲しみは誰にも理解されるものではなく、現実に目を向けるたび心は
Yeah, she's an amnesiac.
狂戦士カオスの心の中に自分を見た彼女は、彼をそして自分自身を救うべく再び大部会に身を投じた。しかし悲しみを救うことができなかったソフィアは、さらなる悲しみを背負うのであった。
We gotta go. Yeah, that's the music that was playing fucked up before, too. And that may have been because of stuff I was doing with the load speed on the disc. It was all, like, sounded like Crazy Taxi. It was like... That was the most awful sound ever. Alright, play a game. Rongo. And I did the alternate colors too because I hit him with kick instead of punch. Nice. What a stupid way for me to lose.
まだやるか。
行くぞ
Bash. That's pretty fun. Those are some monster moves. Let's see how Uranus handles Rungo. Easily. Oh man, I would love to watch a replay of that one. That was hilarious. That really couldn't have been funnier, to be honest.
生きては帰れませんよ。
Master, it would be awesome if you also did something hilariously stupid. Can we get a hilariously stupid from you, please? That's not stupid. That just sucks. That's nice. That was excellent.
ガイアの頼みに男として答えたラングー。正義感に燃える男に結社の悪事を許せるわけも。
Couldn't spring for some English narration, huh?
家族を守るためにもラングーは立ち上がった。そして今、打倒結社の公約は見事に果たされたのだ。男として、また父として、彼の姿はよりたくましく大地にそびえ立つであろう。
Alright. Whoa. That'll straight up kill you. That's an amazing special move. That was way OP, it seems like. Oh yeah, there's like traffic going back and forth in the background. That's rad. I forgot about that. for a lot of this, I'd actually love to see replays. Okay. It's 2 in a row of throwing themselves out to avoid foes' attacks. I'm so shaky. If only my geometry was more stable. We gotta get these shaky boxes out of this shaky warehouse before everything shakes apart. That's fun. The Saturn version of this may be worth looking at. So maybe I'll do a stream on that someday. I know that the Saturn port of the first game is just considered bad and not as good as playing on PlayStation. Just the same game with a bunch of stipple alpha instead of actual alpha. A stipple dither, really. It's not even alpha. It's just there's not even any transparency blending, or I think most all of the colored light effects and things are gone. Frame buffer effects are gone, I'm pretty sure. It's just a shittier version of the game. I mean, it plays fine, I guess. And then, yeah, this one, though, I think that they made some significant changes, too, to the visuals to be compatible with Saturn, but I heard that there's also enhancements, too, and, like, things about it that people like better, so that one, Toshinden URA might actually be worth checking out. Besides, it's always fun to play some Saturn. We should get some more Saturn in. Yep. That was me getting greedy, trying to go for the ring out, and instead ringing myself out. Get my ass beat here, doing terrible. Not sure how I did that, but that's cool. It's like my desperation move or something. I desperately threw myself out of the ring with it. Finally.
行きますよ。イーグルレイド。コカトリ。
Nice.
いい君じゃ。生きては帰れませんよ。
Hell of a start. Doesn't feel unfair when I also have an unfair special, that does it?
いい君じゃ。
Sweet, he's just straight up evil.
暗殺者としての顔を持つ方。等身大部会というエクスタシーは老人の表の顔を完全に消し去った。暗殺者をも魅了する甘美な戦いはその幕を閉じた。老人の狂気に裏打ちされた満面の笑顔もいつしか優しい沖縄の空に変わり、平穏な景色の中に溶けていくのであった。
And yeah, we're gonna check out the upscaling on this too, but first we're gonna play at I'm gonna play one last round with the classic graphics. And then I'm gonna instead of doing a whole bunch of experiments like we did with Toshinden 1, I'm gonna pick kind of what I thought was the best results there. And we'll play it like a fancy looking PC game. Like a fancy PC port of an old game running on a new computer. That's pretty much the way things turn out. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, he shoots fireballs out of his backpack with fireworks. Rockets. His backpack full of rockets. Yeah, I think that this map, this background would particularly look a lot better without all the texture warping. That'll be an appreciable difference. Character faces and stuff are so detailed compared to Toshinden one. They look way better. There's some modeling in it. It's not just texture for one thing. And the texture that is there is also higher quality. Also, the music's better because I'm not noticing them ripping off Kiss. that's always a plus. That was some wild stuff. Beautiful. Luigi's not falling for any of my shit, is he? Luigi, I'm gonna need you. No. God damn it. Could you not just fall off the map? Do me a favor and just bring yourself out. Time to see what I can do to Uranus. Oh no! Wasted my special. Nice. Yikes. No losses for Mondo, right? Maybe? He's a killer.
戦うために生まれてきた焼き一族の末裔。戦いの中でしか自分を表現できない男。無表情という仮面をかぶった古の戦士は、一族の命を無視し、己の生きるべく場所へと身を投じた。運命と葛藤する戦士たちとの数々の戦いは、等身大部会を制した戦闘マシンの瞳に、それまでなかった温かい光を宿すことになった。
Alright, here we go. Time for the upscaled half of this presentation. Let's see here. What did we decide on? 5 times internal resolution. No downsampling. No texture filtering. Dithering. True color. Sorry, my dogs are being bad. Geometry correction, yes. Interesting. Okay. I think I got it the way I want. Yes. Okay. He looks almost like a cartoon character there. The ground is steady except for the camera movement's the camera movement, but it's not texture warping wobble that you're seeing for the most part. I'm not saying that there's none in there. It kind of describes it in the menu. It says that it tries to preserve the fractional portion that's missing in the geometry because it's like all integer geometry basically. And it does it by through a series of memory transfers, and it says tries to preserve. That's exactly why it doesn't always work, or does it looks like sometimes the games are fighting against it almost. If you really look at it, for the most part, it's like 99% better. But in certain areas, on certain games, I think especially with like close cameras on highly texelated stuff, where there was no attempt to align the texture to the geometry in the first place, then that's where the warping is the worst, and there's only so much you can do there. I mean, I guess they could probably like increase precision by making it use more clock cycles in memory, but at some point you get diminishing returns and still have some artifacts. Anyway, here we go. Let's see what the actual game looks like. We're gonna go Mondo. Alright, Duke. Don't let us down with your overly sharp but under-detailed face. This does give them a little bit more of that anime character look, though, that they're sort of supposed to be going for here. This stage benefits a great deal from that geometry fix. Oh! I bet a lot more detail will hold up in the background, but I bet the skybox will look really blocky compared to everything else. Let's see how it goes. Yep. The skybox isn't too bad either. There's transparency applied to the transparent parts of the shadow as well, which is really cool. That's more detailed than I realized. Like, at least it's like a lighter color. Doesn't exactly turn it into Soul Calibur or anything, but, you know, it is much, much nicer looking this way. You still see all that warping down there. Just geometry things that just don't fit in right, but are always going to be kind of a thing with PlayStation graphics. I really appreciate this background effect even more. Yeah, it makes it look like a promotional screenshot for the game rather than the way it really looks. It's amazing. Hell yeah, send you flying off the stage like Patti Smith. Gonna have Uranus flying off the stage like Phil Collins. So you might be thinking, well, what happens if you apply these same upscaling tricks to like a game that already looks good, like Gran Turismo or Tekken 3 or something? The answer is it looks really good. It looks way better than this. Try it on like Ridge Racer R-Type 4 or R4 Type. What the fuck is the name of that game? I play it all the time. R4. Rage Racer is the one that really needs the geometry correction, but that one falls into the only so much can be done category. I've tried it. I mean, it's better. Yeah, Rage Racer is actually one of the ones where you might want to consider keeping the resolution low, but doing the geometry correction. I haven't tried that, but it seems like it might be interesting to see. He's disgusted with Uranus's actions. I mean, that makes sense. I think we're all disgusted with Uranus, really. Yeah, we're missing a polygon. Thank you. Thanks for putting that back. Put that back. No, 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 put it back. Yeah, that skyline looks completely different with the Dithering God. I mean, just this, a much smoother version of the same thing. It's interesting. But yeah, this particular set of upscaling options will give you a very sharp image without... I don't think it sacrifices the art style of the games. But once you start messing with texture filtering, texture replacement, model replacement, you're going to mess with the way the game's art style is supposed to look. But I don't necessarily think that upconverting it, as long as you can correct the geometry, upconverting it doesn't ruin the way it looks. And I think the dithering looks good in low res, and the dithering does not look good in high res. You can do high res dithering, but it's barely visible grit that exists for no reason. You might as well just make it true color. I struggled with Ellis before. Let's see if I do better with her here. Oh man, this stage looks way cooler. That's the dumbest shit ever. Well, no, continuing the tradition, I did lose the very first round I played as Ellis. Too bad for seeing so many of the same stages. This game actually has a separate stage for every character, I think, right? Yeah. I want to see Sophia's stage in high res for one thing. With true color blending, a really like lighting heavy stage like that might look really cool. Soul Calibur looks really good, or Soul Blade looks really good. I've converted this way. I've done that, not on a stream, but I mean, this is the first time I've ever messed with converting on a stream. But I've messed around with Soul Blade. It doesn't need the geometry correction nearly as badly, so it might be something that if you don't have the hardware to do PGXP, you might still want to consider trying a high resolution with it to see what you think. But generally speaking, I say if you're gonna upconvert, you need that PGXP. You just need it. And we're finally seeing Sophia's stage. Ask and ye shall receive. Gosh. Just really having a hard time lining up my attacks on her. Yeah, this lighting's cool. It's almost like what you see in Virtua Fighter 4. They're not that good, but like almost like what they do with the spotlight from the helicopter on the city stage. Where it's like moving around them all the time. This is some sort of weird, thorough ass beating at the end there. I don't even know what the fuck I was looking at. That's amazing. Uranus now in high resolution. God damn. Yeah, Ellis is awful. I clearly have way more trouble getting through these fights with her than I do with anybody else. She's definitely my least favorite character. Which is funny, because I usually like fast, combo-y, short attack characters like this. I'm usually into this shit. She's awful. Consistently has underperformed compared to everybody else. I finally win with like a perfect. It's funny. That's so badass. I don't even know what that was, but that's badass. Love the Cthulhu monster in the background too, that's cool.
父の危機を黙って見ていられるほどエリスは大人ではなかった。父と共に結社を叩き潰すために立ち上がった少女。透明な風が大部会を制し、野望の渦は消え去るのであった。
Here we go! I remember this guy being pretty awesome. He's like the boss in the first game, so yeah. And the not so distant future of converting might be more, more of just having AI dream up a photorealistic overlay for whatever you're playing, whatever old retro game you played. But we're ways away from that because AI is really bad at like image consistency and stuff. It'll happen eventually though. And whether that's something you want to use ever or not is entirely up to you. But I think it's interesting to see what you can do with using only the original assets that are in the game through image processing. And that's kind of what we're looking at. The rendering so clean that it looks like a bullshot type thing. Yeah, it'd be cool if PGXP's feature set could be somehow enhanced to deal with. Well, I guess it does have a feature for fighting for fixing Z fighting. Z fighting is actually probably what I'm talking about there, where like sprites are clipping into each other and flickering. But the notes say that it doesn't work well right now, basically. So I'm not going to try and use a feature that they're already saying is basically incompatible with most every game. But the fact that they're working on fixing that is just awesome. It's going to take PGXP to the next level. Oh man, if you can get that in the right spot to hit, it's devastating. Yeah, her background looks so much cooler. Although, yeah, there's still texture warping on the floor on the stage because it's just so bad. And there's really inconsistent texture quality in the background, as you can see. So again, you can kind of fight that with bilinear filtering, but then you got that smeariness to everything. Get the fuck out of here. Nice. Get the fuck out of here.
愚かな。
ガイアは確信していた。秘密結社を間違った方向に導いたのはウラヌスであると。しかし、時すで
And
に
I'll be right
遅く
back.
マスターは以前の面影もないほど暴走していた。かくして打倒結社の目的は果たし、野望の渦は消え去った。しかし、散りゆくマスターの瞳の中にエリスを重ね見たガイアの心は深い敗北感に満ちていくのであった。
Capcom, see? Their only credit though involved in this is they put out the arcade machine. Provided the arcade hardware, I guess, too. This is probably just like simultaneously developed for both, even though they're not identical. The ZN1 and the PlayStation are so similar that it's, you know, probably just recompiled the same program for two different CPUs, but the same, essentially the same graphics processor, I think. There's 3 new characters, but there's also 2 bosses and a hidden boss, and I think they're all playable too through some means. Giving us a total of 6 new characters. Pretty good for a sequel. The badge is just a little bit ridiculous. Just slightly, completely ridiculous.
貸しては返さんぞ。早く立たないか。
You ain't playing this game. Unless you want to be on the shit side of it. Nope, not me, buddy. Again, I'm not falling for that. There we go.
落ちるな普通。行くぞ落ちるな普通。弱いよもう。
なん
弱いよもう。オーロラレボリューションサンダーリングサンダーリングサンダーリングラトステイクフィールスライダー
Nice. That's going to even up the odds a little bit.
サンダーリングラトステイク
Stupidest way to die.
私に見とれたのね。仕方ないわ。 きますよ。イーグルレイズ。イーグルレイズ。フェイスライダー。イーグルレイズ。ファイヤーホース。フェイスライダー。
Uranus just lost all control. That's how that happens.
生きては帰れませんよ。
Yeah, I did every cheap ass thing I could think of there, and it worked great. Worked great. Hard bitten. That an official NYPD badge you got there? Or is it that everyone, maybe it is, maybe it's the normal size, but everyone in this game is really tiny.
トレイシーの正義感は彼女流の照れで、その真意は誰にも伝わらなかった。だが、大部会を制したその精神が、彼女の本当の心を証明していた。
This is one of the last of the long box games. And even though both Battle Arena Toshinden 1 and 2 are long box games, there are two different types of long boxes. Toshinden 1 used the clear long box that was like the ones that Sega CD and Saturn used. And then later on they shifted to these long opaque black boxes, which is what Toshinden 2 was in. Most of the early games I bought were in those. I want to say that that's what Ridge Racer Revolution's case was like, although it may have even been a jewel case on that one. And Raiden Projects was one of the first games I bought, and it was in the clear style case. And Resident Evil was one of the first games I bought, and it was in the black long case. If you've seen an original copy of Resident Evil that wasn't a reissue or a greatest hits, you know what the black case looks like. And if you've seen the same thing like original copy of Toshinden or Ridge Racer that's not greatest hits, you know what the clear case looks like. Oops, I hit the button fast enough. Too busy staring off into space. Now I gotta watch this without being able to skip it. Takara always had a big place in publishing fighting games because they did a lot of the Neo Geo ports. They may have even done those in-house, I don't know. Or maybe Tamsoft did them for them, I don't know. But like on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, their Sega Genesis ports of Neo Geo games are quite good. Um, sometimes they boast a lot of extra features that the original game didn't have, even. That's especially true for Fatal Fury, which in some ways is better on Genesis than in the Neo Geo, but in many ways is not. I also think that they just Takara, their work on Super Nintendo was a lot less consistent. Like Samurai Showdown's much worse, I think, on Super Nintendo, but they did some good stuff occasionally there too. Fatal Fury Special is really good on Super Nintendo. They did a great job with that one. That may be their best port, in fact. But yeah, a lot of games like Fatal Fury and King of Monsters and stuff are better on Genesis. Chaos is weird as shit. I'm gonna have to see if I can even get used to using him.
生かしては返さんぞ。
Stupidest fucking way to die ever.
情けないぞ。
You fucking asshole. My view count went down one. I don't mean that the current viewers dropped off and stopped watching. I mean the total number of viewers somehow went down by one. Good job, YouTube. Did you determine one of them wasn't a real person? I feel like this deserves to be seen with the bilinear texture filtering too. I'm just curious. I'm not going to mess with all of the other options on it, but let's see what it looks like. Okay. It's gonna look blurry. But not terrible. Yeah, I'm not filtering sprites. I think this is probably a good way to get an old PC look too. Like an early Voodoo game. Games like Die by the Sword and shit like that look like this. Especially if you played them on a newer machine, make you run them at a high resolution. Yeah, I'm curious to see how this texture smoothing is going to affect this. Yeah, it looks kind of better, except for the odd tiling, but could be worse. Definitely helps with the background and some of the inconsistency there. I wonder how this emulator even distinguishes between sprites and polygons, since the PlayStation itself doesn't. I'm guessing they just look for like no Z transforms or something, and they're like, yep, it's a sprite then. Treating it as a sprite. Yeah, again, this level looks pretty good, except for little bits of seams between all the textures. Just not seamless at all. I don't know if there's a good trick to fix that or not. I think the texture filtering does make the models look a lot better, but it makes the floors look worse. It's a trade-off. Quite the turtle. Uranus just won't open up. Stupidest shit ever. Get the fuck out of here. I think this background monster is gonna look a lot cooler with the filtering on. It'll take out all the scratchiness of it, so it'll be like a kind of clear image. Floor might look worse though again. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I was shocked that my super hit. I almost won there, and then, yeah, I went to shit instantly. I do not like Chaos, though. I think he's really hard to use and weird. Again, I hit with my special and did not expect it. It's gonna do this stupid ass animation during the ending. Amazing. Hell of an ending there. Really tells us a lot.
その勝利は喜びなのか悲しみなのか。答えは常人の知ることもできないほど闇に包まれていた。
Full battle with randoms for a second until I get bored with this. I already am kind of bored with it. I just want to see if full battle, does it reveal like a different character or boss? I know that there was another boss who has like a gun. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. Get my favorite character anyway. This stage, I think, benefits from texture filtering in like pretty much every regard. Looks pretty good. This stage mostly only benefits from the filtering as well. This game holds up to the filtering a lot better than the first one did, which had a bunch of weird tiling everywhere. You still see some though. There's a split in the painting back there, a few on the floor, but they're hard to see, and not any worse than the textilization was before, so, you know, it's whatever on that. Foe's character model looks really good this way, too. Stairs are a little less sharp, and the floor here is kind of rough, I don't know. It still varies a little bit from stage to stage, but either way, you're getting an old PC game look when you upscale it. It just depends on which kind of old PC game you want. Software or voodoo. And I definitely, I would encourage you to do this the way I do with DuckStation. Set everything to be like,
不愉快戦
not their defaults, but the ones that would be an actual PlayStation. Do their graphics, 1 times resolution, just all the defaults, all the regular system stuff, and then work with turning on enhancements per game, not universally across the board. Because a lot of the shit that I'm doing, like right here with this, it looks cool in this, but it'll like if you're gonna play like a 2D game like Harmless Park or Harmful Park, that's what I'm trying to say, Harmful Park or whatever. You're gonna run into like probably some pretty weird graphics glitches. And try and play some Castlevania Symphony of the Night this way. You wouldn't get anything out of it either, really. It's almost no enhancement. It just would mostly just make things worse. This looks really good with the scaled elements there instead of being completely pixelated, being smoothed out a lot. And having that soft imagery in the background actually works. That's pretty cool. But then you've also got these huge splits on the floor that are very obvious. So, win some, you lose some. This one looks pretty bad because the splits and the textures aren't even where you would expect them to be. It's just ugly. Just ugly, man. Nice. Bounce on out of here.
不愉快千番
I am thinking about doing a Soul Blade, Soul Calibur up converted first 3 games stream kind of thing too. And the reason why is, first of all, I pointed out this one, Soul Blade up converts very nicely. It looks great done exactly with these settings right here. Soul Calibur 2, the GameCube version would look amazing upscaled, I'm sure. And that'd be easy for me to do, I'm pretty sure. And I've never played like the GameCube one really. So playing as Link and stuff would be pretty interesting. And then Soul Calibur 3 looks fantastic upscaled. Like, it really looks good. It's a really, really good looking game when played with progressive scan, widescreen, and like 4 times resolution or higher.
行くぜ
And this area does look good because the texture seams are exactly where they should be. If where the textures are tiled doesn't align with the actual tile that they put them on, it looks terrible with bilinear filtering, and that's too often true, unfortunately. Background's so sharp now, I feel like I can actually start making some stuff out too. left after this? Sophia and Ichi, and then the bosses. Am I forgetting anyone? Is there anyone else I haven't fought? Yeah, the characters in this game would look so much more solid if they could get that Z fighting fixed. Stop being a flickering mess. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, and then Ichi, and then the bosses, right? This stage just totally benefits from bilinear filtering and a softer look. It just looks better. Plus the dithering gone and the true color blending on the alpha in the background. This is really much improved. Again, I wish I could assign these things to just like a hotkey and toggle, but that would be cool. Just so you can see how much difference there is. You could also re-enable dithering and basically go, if you wanted to see what this looks like on PS2 with texture smoothing on, just go back to my default settings, leave it in its original resolution, but enable bilinear filtering on sprites and textures because it doesn't distinguish. It'd be fun to have like little settings for all these things where it's like, yeah, this is what it's like on PS2. This is what it's like on the best my computer can do technically. This is what it looks like with the best, what I think looks the best settings, you know. And this is what real hardware always looks like. Master's kind of a stupid looking character design. Doesn't feel like it should be the final character at all. Just my opinion. Nice. No secret ending for beating it the hard way. before we forget. Back to them fat pixels.
一族の命を無視し、己の生きるべく場所へと身を投じた。運命と葛藤する戦士たちとの数々の戦いは、等身大部会を制した戦闘マシンの人々にそれまでなかった。
I wish there was an option to replace ordered dithering with like noise dithering or something. Because then, and I also wish there was a trilinear filter option, even though that's not going to look better and is never native to the system. And the only reason why I want those two options, along with, I want MSAA also. I don't know why it doesn't have that. That would be so fucking cool. But I could always make the internal rendering resolution higher than the output resolution possible to achieve that, to fake it. But anyway, the reason why I want the combination of MSAA, noise dithering, and trilinear filtering, of course, is I would love to be able to flip those switches on and nothing else to see what PlayStation games would look like as Nintendo 64 games. Basically with Nintendo 64 graphics. It'd be interesting. I bet some games would look really cool that way and some wouldn't. And it wouldn't be fair to say, oh, this is what it would look like on the N64, you know, because it would probably have to lose a lot of polygons and the texture quality is always worse. They're just a lot different from each other in a lot of different ways. Anyway, that's the Toshinden games and a deep dive into my history with those and a deep dive into some of DuckStation's graphics features. So, hope that was fun. I know I had fun messing with it, and these are things I mess with on my own a lot. It's a cool way to play a game differently sometimes. I do like original graphics more than anything most of the time, but I think it's fun to mess around with it sometimes too. It's cool that we can do that. There's so many cool things you can do with emulation, so I'll always be a fan of it. And even if I like using real hardware sometimes too. Each thing has its own experience and its own ups and downs, but nowadays with PlayStation 1, DuckStation is going to be the premium option. So, anyway, thanks for watching and have a good day.